life, hell yes, we stay blessing it.
Yes, I'm blessing it, yes, I stay blessing it. 5 D's forever, you know we stay blessing
Blessing
it.
it, some stay blessing it, yes, I am blessing it. UV for life, hell yes, we stay blessing it.
Yes, I'm blessing it, yes, I stay blessing it. 5 D's forever, you know we stay blessing it.
Children of the sun, look out, here we come. Live in Brooklyn, Maryland's where I'm from. We don't stop till you had enough. 5D's UV connect, that's what's up.
Children of the sun, watch out, we coming for ya. Rocking from the natty Midwest to California, and it don't stop even when you had enough. Pays and substantial, dude, that's what's up.
Blessing it, effortless, testing this, doubt it. Mic specialist, some we kept up and sprouted. As nice as you wish you were, it mic's on my signature. Thought you said your shit is high, it's barely room temperature.
Scorching, torturing cats from Cincinnati to New York and back, where the pad don't say jack. When we bankrupt the crew from spinning the wheel of fortune black, we take you there and send you walking back.
Sub stand blessing it, yes I am blessing it. UV for life, hell yes we stay blessing it.
Yes, I'm blessing it, yes, I stay blessing it. 5 D's forever, you know we stay blessing it.
Sub stand blessing it, yes I am blessing it. UV for life, hell yes we stay blessing it.
Yes, I'm blessing it, yes, I stay blessing it. 5 D's forever, you know we stay blessing it.
Crush a coal to a diamond, eyes forever shining. Your beauty alone inspire a nigga to rhyme it. Thinking of the better things in life, thinking of how I could persuade you to become my wife. Hand in hand as we floating over tropical sands. You my lady, I'm your man, so let's further advance to the next scene. Me sleeping next to you, resting. You the personification of all God's blessings. Coming to me in just one physical being, one physical dream that I want to redeem. Yo, voluptuous, sweet caramel, brown honeydew, satin skin smooth to the touch. What a nigga do, so sensual. Her smile like a chemical extract of perfection. Rare mineral, she smell like a happy birthday on a Thursday. Quiet time, love, sleep in, awake early. Honey brown with the long black hair, teasing me with the kiss and the stare. Slight touch and you taking me there. So fine and it just ain't fair. So beautiful and so damn rare. She's angelic and energetic, using sex as a weapon. I reckon that I confess in the body is just a blessing from God down to earth. She needs to be in the church to prove we didn't spawn from fish, but God's work hurts to see her glow, cause her body beholds secrets untold, value like platinum and gold. But she is the key to open my mind and see the energy that radiates from the gates of heavenly bliss. I reminisce over touching a kiss while you fucking the bitch. I go to make blood of my miss. Never scandalous, it's unanimous. After you will handle it, lights off and candlelit rooms are glamorous. So I call you love sexual, you look edible. Parallel, snuggle up close, intellectual. In a rendezvous, who wish you a rap hairdo? No makeup, a jeans, shorts, open toe shoe. I wanna hold you, mold your soul, I behold you, know you. Better than myself, never own you, but keep you, never leave you, I beseech you. God's gift to man is you wearing a see-through. Riding sea-dools in Atlantic Ocean, causing commotion. Lay you down, going through the motions. Keep the skin soft, lotions got me coasting. Down pretty round brown thighs again, a slow lady brown with the long black hair. Teasing me with the kiss and the stare. Slight touch and you're taking me there. So fine and it just ain't fair. So beautiful and so damn rare. Yo. Look at this agreeable, delightful, delectable, unforgettable, so sweet she may be edible. She needs a pedestal to step out of heaven. You ready, boo? Never hypothetical, you facts. Fuck theatrical, baby girl, because you actual. Physically, your chemistry is so mathematical. How to use academics to define your spirit. You lifted my limits, your name off on my tongue is a lyric. She's a compilation of my mind's representation of a representative, representing an excellent revelation of time and dedication. Never impatient, she know the deal. Herself to me, so I can see her heavenly ways and heavenly gaze. And plus I know her that she has an ass for days. Okay, so as we lay, I reminisce on the day that we met. Please God, never. Individual stars float in the ocean of God, rocking the peaker in the saddle while I'm visiting Mars. Egos bigger than Jupiter, I'm breaking the bars, holding me back down to earth with physical laws, touching the moon. Race as I ready resume. Comments flying through space, bringing possible doom. Blocking the sun, bring a holocaust on the world. I'm talking back to Father Time, Mother Earth is my girl. I got the wings of angels walking down the valley of death, watching my step, cause the devils never want to respect. Come correct on the studio track, taking it back to the pen and pad. I blast the original rap. Brother on the b-boy tip with Krylon spit. I tag the charts with the graphical hits. So who you fucking with? Arm, leg to arm, head. Snapping your neck back while you spit out a pen. I be the original son of a bitch, hurting your wrist. Cause you spinning my shit so much the needle skip. Flip to the rhythm and reminisce. Remember the days in 9-4 hip-hop as a gift. Words out of her lips came straight from the heart. Never pre-packaged a bought, woke negative thought. Pedal to consumers, magazines and rumors. Commercial spots turn real artists to clueless. Precise rap, rock and roll, nigga, let's do this. I float through notes, break beats with my maneuvers. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Speaking to scorpions, making my heart turn to porcelain. It used to have a steady beat, now it's easily broken. Mind coasting, train of thought, stopped emotions. Welling at the core, my being causing commotion. Need to release, could the stress and tear me to pieces. My love ceases and my thoughts breaking the leases. I had on my life, but the strife making me leave this. I can't beat this, going to God to defeat this. Will he help or do I have to do this myself? Unload and confused, the blues burning my health. My eyes remain closed cause my highs are lows. I'm feeling the blows of rain cause my pain is cold. Now who am I? A man or a pawn in life? Living day to day, I pray, am I wrong or right? Losing my mind, so maybe you can help me find the way to go, so I can be leaving this pain behind, trying to sleep. Sleep is a cousin of death, said a wise man from Queensbridge on BT Bless. Trying to rest instead, I rest my head on a pillow of hardships. Misery is the bed. On my back, I lie, I can see the skies through a glass ceiling. The reason tears drowning my eyes and I can't move. Grief won't let me think, my soul is dry. I called just to take a drink, I made you blink. Think like a visible man with mechanical hands trying to reach out to my fan. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, regardless, while I be moving swiftly through darkness, plotting chart on my path, I'm running, cutting my losses, stumbling over unknown bumps and complications and tribulations on my life for revelation. Yo, viscosity of the hidden meaning between my words, thinking the plot, I cock hidden rhythms and verse, I'm loading the hearse, you biting like a Dracula curse, I'm bringing the roast to hurt like a sermon in church pertaining to you. Hurts just to listen to truth, so you rather listen to lies, so you live in the blues, I'm beginning to win. Young man, mastering sin, battle within, looking at the devil and grin, I'm flipping the script, walking on a journey and trip, on a gurney and miss, at the fact that life is a bitch, and I'm hating this shit, losing blood making me crip, stakes inside, bet and I lost the grip, searching for bliss, with the razor over my wrist, needing a job, but the drug test, checking my piss, peeking through a window and seeing immaculate conception reborn, piercing my core with 7 swords, igniting the war, looking to the eyes of the Lord, calculating what more, seeing the signs of heaven evermore, the last matador, riding a pale horse, losing my course, splitting the hands, causing divorce, marriage a born, a havoc and song, I stumble upon, lost jewels and thought to be gone, lost forever, I sever motherfuckers with letters, written in script, forward to the rap that I rip, from the top of the lip, make a drink, taking a sip, then I'm open the shit, falling deeper in the abyss.
listen to this. You know what I'm saying? Listen up. Alright. You bust last so do I. Except mine impregnates the page, giving birth to thoughts and unify. You fuck little girls. I make love to women. My words uplift, yours are poisonous like venom. I'm an MC, you're a rapper. I'm as real as they come, while half the guys you idolize are just actors. Run from commitment, I remain loyal. You call women bitches, I call them queens cause they royal. You make rap songs, I make soul music. When God speaks the rhythm, when you go to it. Yo, I save my cash, yours you blow through it. I think your child special, you say it's so stupid. I'm pouring my heart out and everything written. You scared you look soft, heart remains hidden. And yo, I'm touching subjects, nerves, I stay hitting. But I ain't better than you, I just think different. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's based on your perspective, quite simply. We're the same and we're not, know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you, I just think different. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's based in your perspective, quite simply. We're the same and we're not, know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you, I just think different. My fam run things while you run your jewelry. Yo, my people pop lock, you tough guys pop tools. You rock gems, I drop gems, Xerox copying while I originate material to stimulate. Positive thought patterns when the chosen start gathering, we bar none. Yo, I got jokes, you are one, I'm out doing it. Why you talk about it? I'm constantly in the mix while you walk around it. You try, I do, but why's you clueless? I get the job done, you fella make excuses. I'm a gentleman, your behavior's abusive. Yo, I'm patient, you jump in the gun, false start. You caught up in dress codes, I'll shop at Walmart. Suck, I'm all hard, and you half-hearted. Yo, you suckers is vandals and grab artists. Thought you had the last laugh, but we laugh hardest. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's based on your perspective, quite simply. We're the same and we're not, know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you, I just think different. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's based in your perspective, quite simply. We're the same and we're not, know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you, I just think different. You fall in love with body parts, I connect mentally with my female counterpart before we bound physically. Cats are chill with rap about revolution while you rap about drug abuse and distribution. You wanna be like Mike, yo, I wanna be me. My queen's hard to obtain and yours is easy. We both from Maryland, but we reppin' DC. We all front sometimes, that's how MCs be. My word is bond and yours is worthless. You're mainstream, I'm beneath the surface. I stay working hard while you hardly working. All you want is money and your dick suck. Are you certain? Yo, I want a better world before I seize the living. Put faith in myself, not the system. Yo, we trying to travel, so why you making pit stops? You cats is rap, and I'm hip-hop. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's based on your perspective, quite simply. We're the same and we're not, know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you, I just think different. Is the glass half full or half empty? It's based in your perspective, quite simply. We're the same and we're not, know what I'm saying? Listen, son, I ain't better than you, I just think different. Whatever.
down. What side you on? You on the live, it's right here. Don't look any further while your vision is clear. A lot of fog in the mist trying to throw you a curve. All these rapping thugs getting on my last damn nerve. You eat the same piece of cake day in and day out. That tired ass flavor gets played out. Save that tiger long one and 2 around for the rest. When we rock, all the people say yes sir. We fresher than all of these Mickey niggas on the mic and scratch. You know the wiki words to match. You still playing catch up. Far behind the line trying to cut, but you wasting your time. Please come on, dude. We the 5Ds. Superior rhyme steeds. Don't have our own style. We got styles plural. You still caught up in yesterday. Stepping to fetch and getting swept away. Futuristic black holding mics like soldiers hold weapons on the attack and repping. Cincinnati's finest, no question. 5. And you say Queen City.
Side to side.
Throw your hands up in the sky. Wave around from side to side. We about to get fly.
Side to side.
Come on. As we go a little something like this.
Side to side.
Hey.
You can call me on your mobile phone. I grab a pen, a sheet of paper, write a letter at your home.
You can download my music over internet site. Or you can be mixtaping it. We'll still be creating it. You can have a compact disc with vinyl rating it. Vibration, stay still and keep the vibe waiting. I'm watching a reader, a loner or a leader. You could be the one to make the party go to make it heat up. From the highest mountain to the bottom of the ocean. Bottle attack, get attacked or attack. Cause and effect. It's because we rap. There's no flaws to detect. So don't pause the deck. Local or international to galactic respect. You could fold from the pressure, or could you take the weight?
And a rhythmic break.
And you say Queen City.
Side to side. Side to side. Side to side. Side to side. And a rhythmic break.
Lord and Vale, they do them nights dirt. Burn candles by the dozen tonight. So fire, sheer energy release. Melt the heart, mind star boys, car want to wax. You get relax. Unrest, unless, undress in the core episode slowly. Watch away old skin, let's bring the suffer. So far, so good, what's life got to offer? You stay curious, they analyze the facts. Who's there to encourage, give it paddle they back. How come society wanna grow and ignore? Morning, big team, never work as a chore. Adore each step, hop, skip, cadence. Travel this thing in the age of decadence. Do this reverence to the older veterans. Strive to the chest, plus a chip on their shoulder. Street soldiers cut without severance, but keep hustling anyways. For the L or the F of it, FMS is like either way. Fear no evil once lost, down like the last bound down in the terror and inferno of Babylon. First in, last down. First in, first drop, just whet my appetite, but couldn't satisfy my craving for beats. Rap tight like a Christmas gift. This night is an eve of a generation to live life like a testimony. Simple rhymes, a difficult times, help a friend through a lonely tunnel. At the end, never remains just a funnel into a wine bottle and cold decided. Message so mind-boggling, a puzzle. Amazed that the grace never reached the goal, not twice in the gate, he would preach. So true knowledge of self, shine brighter than all for one. Pocket and polish you better to hold the sun. Or the characters carry over your role. 24 karat gold these days. A jewel case closed with the end fetters roll. Self-representative and elected, yes I give and get, give back to the constituents. Sit you in a chair, break down the affair. There's nothing fashionable about rhyming. Playing the game and acting. Cause you can't pay dues with credit or cash. Quick times I'll play streaming on the flash. So I'm sticking a couple pins into media outlets. Then I hop up in the black band and I'm outlets. Get with the program, shut the down, jonesing down. We keep on the ground dowsing. Microphones I'm casting, everlasting sound blasting. No doubt, first in, last down. If I alone, I'd rather do nothing else. If I below, we're hard to the last pulse. Like the last man down in the terror and inferno of Babylon. First in, last down. Like the last man down in the terror and inferno of Babylon. First in, last down. Like the last man down in the terror and inferno of Babylon. First in, last down.
I told you that story to tell you this one.
This goes out to my G. Love sick like a dog with canine sensitivity. Developing this new theory of relativity. Connecting a soul's resting in captivity. Positive life sacrifice what it is to be our history. Only a quarter of a century reality. Sitting on the shoulders of a chemistry. See, ain't no mystery. The colors that we mix will set the mind free. Let the blind see beyond harmony. Breathe life into dead space. Blow away your clouds of doubt. New territory we determine to be. Everything a safe haven is supposed to be. Now it might seem distant, but the time is near. When the thoughts take off, split the atmosphere. Pure sound waves travel semi-infinitely. Plus I see you there up most definitely. Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I am the best, I rip it up with finesse.
Good gracious, every process has a genesis, it ends with the revelation. God bless this opportunity for me to find a voice for some words that have waited for way too long. Low wages, small tips on the avenue, never wasted, all hits for a revenue. Haven't you heard the news lately? Seems we've been living for some times in a purgatory. But yo, I thought I knew what a love song sound like, but I felt a warmer tune in the sunlight. I can still hear it in my room past midnight. Gotta move, take us on a cruise in the moonlight. Sometimes I do forget, oh how much we could ease the lives we lead if we learn to let go. The reins that we hold, return to our soul and the spirit that flows. So you see upon everyday face there's a million change to express definition of grace. But the method I choose my prerogative. There's so much love in me I got to give. Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I hope that you listen.
Oh, how I could write a book on how you make me feel. But how about the song that I wrote for you? What I feel like, I wanna put my trust in these simple words for you to feel what I'm saying, what you feel like. Reminisce about the little episodes that we shared together. Remember the time that you told me in the cold night to relax when all I knew was to hold tight. Remember the time that I spoke to a crowd in a full house, realized that you was my ace, I was the joker on the stage singing the blues. All eyes on me and had nothing to prove. But yo, I thought I knew what a diamond shine like, but I felt a sharper love in the limelight from the Queen of Hearts, watching me quietly from the upper deck balcony. Sometimes I do suspect I'm an actor in a well-scripted lie, divine comedy. When I look back, that frozen slice of time, it tried to defrost the senses lost. Now enough with the metaphors, the motivation that I wrote this letter for you to know that the music helps carry on. Like you see, a new day will bring us tomorrow. Yo, cause my beat plus your melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. Yeah, cause your beat plus my melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. Cause my beat plus your melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause your beat plus my melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person. You know, I mean, it make me say, well, the shit wasn't that bad.
that the activity, at first chemical and finally electrical, of the brain is what's going to have to give way to assimilate all this is the notion that the mind is something causally related to the brain. I don't think it is. And this has been an article of faith for 200 years, that eventually we would show that the activity, at first chemical and finally electrical, of the brain is causally related to thought. I don't think it is. I think that that the hidden force in the world, that all the shouting and jumping up and down is about, is mind, and that that the brain is a piano, and the mind is Horowitz, and you will never. And you will never understand Horowitz by picking apart the piano. Now, the problem here is it sounds like an absolute dualism. If the mind is not an electrical, the ongoing electrical functioning of the brain, what is it? I think that it's the part of the human body that you can't see. It's an organ. But, who has seen their pancreas? And yet we all believe it's there. Well, but notice that there's something odd about, if you think of people as objects, which you're not supposed to do, by the way, but if you think of them as objects for a moment, you notice something very odd about them, that they are a very special class of objects. They change through time. Stones, chairs, buildings, these things don't. But the class of objects called people change through time. It's almost as though for a person to exist, there has to be an added dimension. No object can live, so that people are hyperdimensional objects. The fact of our living proves that we're hyperdimensional objects. We require the dimension of time in order to be. A rock doesn't. I mean, a rock is fully a rock in a microsecond. A person is not fully a person except in a lifetime, or at least certainly a span of time longer than a microsecond. So being alive proves that there is an intersection of a higher topological manifold, and that's what biology is. Biology is objects which live, objects which have time bounded into them in some way. Well, then mindedness is the binding in of yet a higher dimension. And the brain perceives the mind, but the mind is not part of it. I think it's another organ of the body. The brain perceives the stomach. When you say you have a stomach ache, it is your mind, it is your brain which is processing these nerve signals and telling you this. And the brain is the mind is the hidden organ of the human body. And when you take psychedelics, you see this hidden organ. You exercise it. You move into it. And it's a very strange organ because it has this higher dimensional quality to it. But it's a part of humanness. It can't be taken away from it. But its relationship to the brain is very specious, and too much energy has been put into that. The whole problem, you see, with psychedelic drugs is to really understand them, you must take them. And this poses problems that science normally doesn't have to grapple with. Scientists don't like that. They like to stand as far away from their subject matter as possible and believe that it is running through its changes completely without their intercession or input. And we're not getting a good picture of the activity of psychedelic drugs by giving them to prisoners or to people who have been pre-selected for some pre-selected sociopaths.
Channeling.
You mean channeling voices and that kind of thing?
Experiencing, not standing away from it.
And well, no, you have to stand into it. This has been the problem. You see, the whole thing in the 19th century, all sciences wanted to emulate physics in terms of the elegance of the predictability, the highly mathematicized way in which quantity could be assigned to all the values manipulated. And to be a science, that's what it meant, to be as much like physics as possible. And it's always eluded psychology. Psychology is just whistling in the wind in terms of being a science, because sciences usually start out with a definition of their subject matter, and psyche we're still waiting, you know. There are only contentious voices being heard. So I think that the challenge of the psychedelics is a total challenge, a challenge to science, a challenge to each of us personally, a challenge to the notion that history has become an unavoidable part of being human, and it's a frontier. It's the call of the future, and we can make the future come to be to the degree that we explore and exemplify this thing. It is, you know, that mind looms large in the future of humanity, and that psychedelics are actually catalysts for mind. They speed the reaction, which we call cultural development, can be vastly speeded up by the injection of psychedelics into a social system. And this is what happened in the 1960s, and people are still reeling from it. I mean, they'll never recover from it. It was too much, and it continues.
Terrence, I've reason to believe that not everyone who takes a sufficient amount of mushrooms and lies down in darkness hears the teaching of the mushroom. And so then you have trouble agreeing upon or getting any agreement upon the teaching of the mushroom. I don't know if this has to do with someone not working through enough personal stuff to be able to hear beyond, but I was wondering if you could comment on that. Well,
I always think of Dr. Leary's marvelous advice, which was, when in doubt, double the dose. We did a very interesting survey, which was, we surveyed about 370 people who had taken psilocybin, and in fact were more involved in that. They were people who were involved in attempting to grow it, 370 people. And one of the questions in the questionnaire was, how much do you take? And the other question, buried at some other portion of it, was, do you hear voices? And when you plot ascending dose, you discover that the more you take, the more likely you are to hear voices. And that I think this is the problem. You can have outrageous experiences and not have reached the core. And people always want to stop too soon and say, well, this is it, we're not going to get any higher, this is fine, you know. And just very recently, I had an experience, someone who came to my Esalen thing that I did in February, who was also at a mushroom conference that I did last fall. And we've sort of had an ongoing discussion, because he says, you don't give enough credit to LSD, and I don't understand what you mean by the vast differences between these things and this and that. So he called me the other day and said, I finally got it. And now I'm a convert. I saw them, I heard them, I talked to them, and it was 9.5 grams necessary to put this guy into the correct perspective. 9.5 grams is an appalling dose in my book. I mean, I've done 8 grams, and it's okay, you know, but you're way, way over the limit. So it is not the first phenomenon you encounter, or the second, or the third, but down deep, this thing can come. And also, I've noticed with it, it has to be sort of invoked. The first time I ever encountered the voices was in the DMT flash. The very first time I smoked DMT, I mean, a friend of mine brought it to me. I remember it was a rainy evening in February of 66, and he came to my house, and he was a very odd person to begin with. And he said, I have something you might be interested in. I had just taken LSD for the first time 6 months before and was all gung-ho. And I said, oh, wonderful, what is it? He said, it's a new drug, great, great, drag it out, what is it, what do you do? He said, well, I don't want to say too much about it, let's just sit down and do it. And he had this glass pipe. And since I hadn't heard of it, I couldn't imagine it was going to be a bigger deal than LSD, because I figured, you know, Life magazine keeps me informed of these things. It's not going to take me by surprise. And I took a huge hit, and it was without a doubt the greatest compressed moment of growth I ever hope to go through in my life. I mean, I stopped being a Marxist. I stopped being a materialist. I stopped being a rationalist. And it took, 5 seconds? It killed those things. It cauterized them. It burned them out beyond any possibility of ever reconstructing them. Just they were gone. The evidence was too overwhelming, And when I came down, I said, I can't believe it. And that was all I could say for about 20 minutes. It was like ideological shock. I said, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I just can't believe it. I said, well, keep doing it. You'll believe it. But the truth was I could believe it. I couldn't stop believing it. And yet I had not been prepared. I had not thought that magic ruled the world from top to bottom, side to side, atom to atom, from first to last. It had just not been in my conception to conceive of that. But that's a very violent way to contact the Logos. What I notice on mushrooms is I come into the place where the potential exists and I can recognize it. It's when the hallucinations have made the transition from geometric to visionary. You say, aha, now we're getting close to the place. And then I call them. And I think elf calling is actually a tradition in certain cultures. You set your mind in a certain way, and then you say, I'm here. Come in, little green men. Come in, little green men. And it begins like a self-driven thought. A thing. It's far away. It's like the tinkling of bells. It's the elf caravan. It's coming closer and closer. Say, here I am, come in, come in. And then usually a good deep hit of Mazari Sharif hash at this point will usually do the trick. And you just take an enormous hit of hash, clamp down on it, close your eyes, look deep in, and there will be what Mercillion, God bless his heart, since he's not a psychedelico, what he calls a rupture of plane will occur. This is what you're after, the rupture of plane. It means that you pass through a membrane of some sort and you're in a place.
A cognitive membrane that's holding you from seeing what's beyond.
Yeah, like that. You're just like pushed through and you see the tykes is the technical term that I evolved for them. The self-transforming machine elves that are singing in the hyperdimensional language. And they surround you and say, welcome, we're so glad to see you. You come so rarely. It's so nice that you're here. We love you. And they're sort of climbing all over you. And this kitteny thing. And after having experienced it many times, I'm convinced it's someone's idea of a receiving area or playpen. It's someone very odd has the idea that this is a reassuring environment for human beings. And you have the feeling of being in a playpen. It's padded, and there are these glittering, fascinating, transforming things, and plus elves who could wish for more in a playpen. And the elves are playing with these things and saying, see what we're doing? See what we're doing? Do you want to do this? You can do this. Watch what we're doing. And they are speaking a language which is somehow puns, which are visual, which are multiply perceived by you on many levels. They are doing something, in other words, as beyond language, as language is beyond the inarticulate croak of a loon, And they're saying, you can do this. There's nothing special about this. Making objects with our voices, freestanding objects which are changing and transforming themselves, and in fact themselves beginning to sing and speak and produce more objects. We want you to do this. And because it will make you happy, because you will feel good. Isn't this a riot? Have you ever felt better in your life? And then, the sinking back. the fading out, and they always, the final farewell, they sing Deja Vu.
Well, is it the ayahuasca or the mushroom where you get this transformation of geometric pattern into the visionary realm?
It happens with all psychedelics. It's the transition from peripheral hypnagogia to deep visionary states. I don't know if you know the work of Ronald Siegel at UCLA, but he works on hallucinations, and he's a nice man and all, but this idea he has that all hallucination, that there's a grammar of hallucinations, and that all hallucinations can be reduced to 15 basic types, which are intermixing, the wavy line, the star, the dot, is, he says in the last paragraph of most of his published articles, we are speaking, of course, of the onset of hallucination and the hypnagogia associated with it. In other words, he's not talking about anything worth talking about. He's talking about the very edge, where, yes, of course, you see drifting lights and shimmering fields of color, and then it grows more geometric. But what you are looking at is the surface of the wall. What you want is what is on the other side of the wall. Beyond it, you have to push through it. And all studies of hallucination have used threshold doses. They just creep up to it. They elicit the faintest sort of hallucination. The real hallucinations are a total challenge to our concept of how the visual cortex, the brain, the world, the language-forming ability, my God, what is going on with these things? They are really worth studying. They are, to think that that's your mind, that you can get your mind so out in front of you that you can look at it, it means it's worth doing, because your mind, after all, how often do you look at it, carry it with you?
So even a drug as strange as Datura could get you over to the other side of the wall in the same place?
I don't think so. The quality of the hallucinations, what I've been basically speaking of, are the beta-phenylethylamine hallucinogens, which would be LSD, DMT, psilocybin, and then it may happen with other things, but I can't speak from experience, possibly mescaline, possibly ibogaine. No, the hallucinations of Datura are not highly colored, science fiction-y, highly polished, futuristic objects imbued with otherness. The hallucinations of Datura are almost occulty, 19th century, shimmering, diaphanous, indistinct. They seem to come from a watery, darker, more gothic place in the unconscious. No, I'm not. And ketamine is another one. I don't know how many of you are familiar with it. A totally artificial compound, veterinary anesthetic that induces a very odd experience that I suppose, because every notion has its limiting case, that I suppose you would have to call psychedelic. But it's an odd kind of psychedelic. The hallucinations are not brightly colored, they're not clearly presented and perceivable, and they have more the quality of after images, the chartreuses and lemon yellows of pressure on the eyelid type stuff. The true hallucinogens, I think, are a very small family of drugs that will induce this. And that's why it's so important to study structure-activity relations, because surely the clue to what they are doing, or a partial clue to what they are doing, must lie in the structure of them. How are we doing for time? What time is it? 4:30. Good.
How do the kind of visions that you've been describing, how might this relate to the whole UFO phenomenon? The kind of experiences people have with...
Well, I think that a phenomena, I spoke earlier of how we are culturally on a collision course with a higher dimension, and how the dimension will be fully manifested when we all are in it, and that the psychedelic experience is a phenomenon which is carrying certain people toward it, Okay, so far that's all review. The UFO is like a collective psychedelic experience, which is haunting time like a ghost. In other words, the consequence of repressing the onset of the future is the outbreak of a symptom of psychic disequilibrium. In other words, what the flying saucer is it's an autonomous portion of the mass psyche that is adrift through time, and what it's doing is it is changing people's minds. A very interesting way of approaching the flying saucers has been developed in the last 5 years. They've basically given up on what is it, where does it come from, who's inside it. This has been totally unrewarding, this approach. So a new approach has been brought forward called, what is it doing? We don't care what it is or where it came from or who's inside of it. What is it doing? Well, it turns out you can find out what the saucer is doing not by studying the saucer, but by studying human populations. And you discover what the saucer is doing is, number one, it's eroding people's faith in science. This is a curious effect that the saucer is having. The science's inability over 30 years now to offer a convincing explanation is causing people to believe that scientists are stupid. And in fact, that flying saucers and whoever is behind them know more than scientists know. Something like 11% of the American population claim to have seen a flying saucer. That's over 1 in 10. Something like 30% believe they are real, whatever that means. It means you don't believe they're not real, is what it means. So, and as these statistics are clocked, as they have been since the middle 50s, the faith in the saucers is rising. It's continuously growing, and it's a millenarian kind of hysteria. It's a phenomenon of the lower classes. It is not, I mean, in California it may not be because we're all such squirrels, we'll go for anything. But say in the East or England or somewhere like that, passionate belief in flying saucers is a lower class phenomenon. Educated, intelligent people do not believe in flying saucers. And I've been at dinner parties where, you know, everything was going along fine and we were talking about psychedelic drugs and extraterrestrial life and this and that, but you mention flying saucers and it's just, you believe that, my good man. But I think it is driving a wedge, therefore, between millions and millions of people and the official state faith of our culture, which is science. Now, we can look back in history to another time when this same thing happened. It is in the phenomenon of Christianity, where what you had was an empire of great sophistication and great cynicism, built on Roman military power and the projection of Greek philosophical ideas. The people who administered that empire, your workaday Roman administrator of the 1st century, we'll say, was a rationalist, a materialist, a believer in Democritean atomism, somebody who offered sacrifice to the gods, but just basically to keep his bets covered, but somebody who was pretty confident, you know, that Democritean atomism, Epicurean rationalism was what was going on, administering a world-girdling empire, very no-nonsense kind of operation. Comes now the word that in the kitchen, Jews and Greeks and people of dark skin brought in from the fringes of the empire are talking about some Jewish rabbi, some radical who rose from the dead, and why, it's just laughable, it's grotesque, it's the kind of thing servants believe. And so who needs to bother with that? We have real problems in Judea with keeping down these zealots and these Jewish radical groups with political leanings. And so it wasn't taken seriously. In a world where information could move only at the speed of a horse's gallop, within 30 years it was hammering at the gates of Rome. Within 120 years, the emperor had to convert. Within 200 years, the empire itself was Christian. And hydrostatics, mathematics, hydraulics, engineering, these things all came to a screeching halt. Nothing was done. One thing mattered: studying the words of a single Jewish rabbi on human behavior. Anybody who was not spending their time doing that had not understood that the good word had come from Jerusalem. And for 1,000 years, society was in stasis. Nothing happened. We just adumbrated the Christian message and studied its implication. Now, what happened and why did it happen? What happened was that Rome was an imperial nightmare, a fascist superstate based on slavery and exploitation of captive populations. And it was on the brink of immense scientific breakthroughs. The mathematics of Diophantus were probably, within 50 years, could have issued into a calculus of some sort. I mean, they were probably within 500 years of flight to the moon when the Christians reached Rome and threw the monkey wrench. So what happens is that human culture is actually a cohesive whole, and as society inevitably begins to fall out of balance, usually in the direction of materialism, militarism, and dehumanizing tendencies of all sorts. Well, when that begins to happen, it's like a governing device in the superego. The button is pushed, and it says, look at the dominant ideology responsible for the cultural situation and send a force which will turn it upside down. For Roman imperialism, the flying saucer was Jesus Christ, you know. They had been expecting him for centuries, a Messiah to arise out of the tribes of Judea, and there were people who claimed to be the Messiah, and it didn't quite fit astrologically and this way and that. And then finally, bang, somebody got the formula right, the true Messiah. And the empire is swept away, Greek mystery religions are exterminated, the knowledge of the ancient world is destroyed. The whole thing is established in the patristic early Christian model. Now we have an even worse situation, the same thing, but on a global scale. A vast imperial force built on dehumanizing ideologies, economic enslavement, manipulation of the mass mind through propaganda, all of the evils of modernity, and none of the ethical maturity that you would hope would balance that out. So the cultural governor shifts into being again and says, you know, a flying saucer would turn this scene completely upside down. And it is, and it will. We may be in the pre-contact phase. Something may come out of the mass unconscious of the race that will look for all the world like a starship from another solar system, in the same way that Jesus Christ looked for all the world like God made man. It's that the superego has this unique ability to know the weaknesses of the mass mind, to push exactly what buttons to push.
When you say superego, do you mean overmind?
Yeah, the overmind. It knows exactly what buttons to push to pull a culture one way or another. So I think the message of the flying saucer is, or the purpose of the flying saucer, is to slow the growth of science, to allow ethics a time to catch up with it. But you see, it's a pitiless historical mechanism, because I don't want to live in one of those worlds where we all study the words of Christ or a flying saucer. I don't like these ideologically monolithic periods in history where everyone is so sure they have the answer that they go around burning out everybody who disagrees. I think that part of the maturity of the human species has to do with evolving beyond the need for these metaphysical spankings from the superego. We don't need messiahs or flying saucers if we can become responsible for our destiny. These are things used to keep children in line. And the psychedelic experience and psychedelic drugs offer a way of anticipating the flying saucer, getting to know it before it arrives in a flurry, so that when it does arrive, you know what it is. And because if it should come, if our cultural imbalance is so great that a miracle is going to be required of the superego, when it comes, all hell will break loose. I mean, you can imagine the impact if suddenly the word was flashed that an enormous artificial object was in orbit around the Earth. And within minutes, ultra-high resolution cameras can be brought to bear on that thing, and it can be conveyed to every television screen on the planet. And to behold it is to lose your footing, because remember, it was constructed by the superego, by the overmind, for the specific purpose of getting your goat. In the same way that in the Hellenistic world, when people said, have you heard about the Christians? You say, no, what are the Christians? You say, they're these people and they believe that you should love your neighbor. And you say, this is weird. This rap you're giving me is getting to me. It's doing something to my mind. I'm believing it in spite of myself, because the historical moment is so ripe for it. And science would be the first to go. I mean, Carl Sagan, all these people would be lined up saying, yes, well, we always knew the star density, presence of biological molecules throughout the galaxy, this is the Drake equation. We always knew that it would be this way, you know. But then I think the saucer would deliver the message. This is how this cultural governor works. It delivers a message. And then the most shattering part of all is it leaves. And everybody who wasn't alive while it was here misses it. And for the next 1,000 years, people say, you know, what was it? What did it mean? What does it mean for us? What are we supposed to do? What was the message? Are we getting it right? Are we getting it wrong? Why didn't it stay? Now we are bereft again, cosmically abandoned. When will it return? And it's just this whole childish thing, you know, about not realizing that until society places its ethics on as high a plane of development as its techne or all these other things, why, we're going to be subject to these nasty surprises from the overmind. And I don't think these nasty surprises from the overmind happen to non-historical and historical societies with a tradition of shamanism, because I think shamanism is immersion in the object at the end of history, and thereby somehow it is in a way present in the here and now. And so living in the light of eternity, the vicissitudes of history just simply do not arise. And so the flying saucer, which you might not think, and for most people is not connected with psychedelic drugs or any of these other things, for me, I think it's a central motif, because I've had experiences with flying saucers. I observed it very closely, and I've noticed about flying saucer contacts, the people that you read about never, it seems to prefer the lower classes. It's always telephone linemen and people who are just leaving the diner and this and that. It avoids phenomenologists, PhDs in much of anything. But I got, you know, perhaps it's because I never got my degree that it came so close. but I got a clear glimpse of what it was, and I saw beyond the first veil, which is the ship from another world, beyond the second veil, which is I don't know what, to I think this is what it is. It's
Selectively vigilant mass illusion.
Something like that. A way I put it was, I said, I think it's the cursor of God's reality processor. When you see the blinking light in the sky, it means there's about to be a text insertion or deletion. That, I maintain that, there's been much speculation about telepathy, but we have generally tended to imagine that telepathy is a situation where you hear what I think, I hear what you think. This whole animal model drawn from the octopi suggests a different way of thinking about telepathy. You see what I mean. I see what you mean. And interestingly, we do have an organ which very imperfectly has evolved toward approximating this. We have what are called faces. Other animals don't have faces. They have, the front of the head, but our faces are a kind of organ under the control of hundreds of small muscles where we can convey, I'm interested in you, leave me alone, don't bother me, and a panoply of other emotions. I remember once in India, I was confronted after a mescaline trip in Benares where one of our party, this English woman, became very turned on during this trip and just gave out peals of that crazy wild laughter that you can't mistake anywhere. It just means somebody's really loaded. And the next morning our houseboat was swarmed by these young Brahmins. This guy sat himself right down in front of me and he said, "What was cause of laughing, please?" And I said, "I'm not going to tell you." And he said, "Face is index of mind. Face is index of mind." So it is. So I think that our privileged relationship to reality is attained through language. And it's a mysterious faculty. And we don't know how we acquired it. It's maddening to try to imagine how we acquired it. And the fact that these DMT entities, this ecology of souls, this ancestral realm, is pushing an ontological transformation of language, seems to me that they have centered in on the place in the human world where we need the most help. Our problem is a problem of communication, a problem of mutual understanding, a problem of being able to displace our consciousness from our body focus into somebody else's body focus. In other words, we don't love each other enough. We don't have a sufficient sense of community, brotherhood, sisterhood, and it's because our language permits such ambiguity and lying, deceptions of all sorts. So, I realize this sounds like the raving of a deranged mind, but it's working off data not available to the cheerful positivists who have set the agenda for our now self-destructing and lethally self-hating civilization. It may be that what shamanism really presages is a kind of transformation of the language-forming faculty, and that if we do not do this, then we will, because of our inability to understand each other and ourselves, be very briskly shuffled off the evolutionary stage and take our place with the trilobites and the tyrannosaurs and all the other failed experiments of organic evolution.
What was the book reference again?
To Monahan's book, Communication and Non-Communication Among the Cephalopods.
And Monahan, M-O-N-A?
M-O... however it's spelled. M-O-N-I-H-A-N, isn't it?
And
or
University of
Indiana, Bloomfield.
Grammarly's proactive, automatic writing suggestions are great, but sometimes you just want to tell Grammarly how to help.
I'll entertain questions or comments or anecdotes, anything anybody wants to say about this. Yeah.
You said at the very end of the discussion about the little people, just before the phrase open doorways, you mentioned a class of chemicals or plants. I didn't get the word.
Well, here's part of the ambiguity of communication. I haven't the faintest idea. Somebody was taking notes, not me. How many people have smoked DMT or are willing to cop to it? Do you find my description wildly far from the mark, or no, not at all? Yeah, it's a catalyst for linguistic transformation. I mean, I think all hallucinogens are catalysts for cognitive activity. That's really what they do. That's why I could make the argument the other night that it brought us into consciousness. But in the case of DMT, it becomes so explicitly focused on language, and the entities which you may sense in other states of mind, mushroom intoxications and ayahuasca and so forth, it's just explicit. It cuts to the chase. And I wish that it were not illegal. I wish that we could begin to build a consensus about what this is about. I wish that we could send people, graphic artists of great skill, who could render these things, or somehow we need more time in there. My original motivation for going to the Amazon was because in reading the literature of hallucinogenic plants, my brother and I in the early 70s became aware of an article by Richard Devon Schultes in the Boston Museum Botanical Leaflet series, an article called Varrola as an orally active hallucinogen, talking about the fact that a very small number of Indians belonging to 3 tribes, the Bora, the Muinani, and the Witoto, in Camaçari, Amazonas de Colombia, had an orally active DMT that they called ukuhe, that they made from the resin of various Varrola trees. And the Schultes specifically reported they use the ukuhe to speak with little men. And I felt, that was cross-cultural confirmation of this presence of the diminutive human, the elf-gnome complex in there. And we felt if you could get in there for 45 minutes or so, you could bring it out. And, it's a long story, the quest for ukuhe. We eventually concluded that the Varrolas were not a pure and clean source of DMT, that 5-methoxy DMT complicated the picture. There were cardioactive DMTs there. One thing, let me say about 5-methoxy DMT is, and this is my personal observation, but I would bet that it will be confirmed eventually, it has a greater affinity for the bond site than DMT does. So that if you take DMT and complex it with 5-MeO, the experience is basically that of 5-MeO. 5-MeO pushes aside DMT as easily as it pushes aside serotonin. So plants which have 5-MeO in them, even in the presence of DMT, are going to give a signature, an experiential signature, more like 5-MeO than like DMT. That's why it's so important to locate sources of DMT that are uncomplexed with any other tryptamine. That's why Psychotria viridis is such a superb admixture for ayahuasca, because when you look at the HPLC readouts on Psychotria viridis, it is basically pure DMT, and I think that's very important. I don't know what the signature is on these grasses. I'm sure.
Yes! I'm wait. This is clever. Might even work. Come here. I'm dizzy. And you? Are you all right? I hope that's true. Because I'm hoping for seconds, thirds, and fourths once we find a way to cool off this engine. Gods, me too. That was amazing. But it is. You have your fun with the angry alien till then. I don't mind sharing. But keep a piece left over for me. Hmm? I will then.
In need of attention, I take it? Very serious of you. But go ahead. Even if I could remember, I'm not sure I'd tell you. I don't want your ego to get overinflated. Fine. What's on your mind? You're doing just fine. After all, I'd scarcely anticipated being courted while fighting for survival in the wilderness.
Here we go.
Jonathan does. Are there pure DMT sources there? So that makes it very exciting.
You get a complex with tryptamines in small amounts because they're biochemical precursors.
But in terms of its interest, it can't come close. I mean, from my experience, and I think most people who've done it would agree with this, is 5-methoxy-DMT is an enormous oceanic emotion. It's wordless, it's vast, it's not easily described. It isn't full of content, where the DMT is just jammed with content, objects, machines, entities, perceptions. It's an incredibly busy place in there. It's like a Bugs Bunny cartoon running backward at high speed or something like that. Yeah.
In terms of prolonging the experience, do you think either smoke or eating an MAO inhibitor, a Syrian roux or something beforehand, pre-treatment, would help extend the experience?
It certainly should. I've got such a healthy respect for it that I've sort of lost my taste for this. I'm not sure one could keep hold of one's sanity if it went on very long. It's very hard to get blasé about the DMT flash.
Does an MAO inhibitor act in the stomach or in your brain?
Well, let's talk about that too. That's a really interesting question. There's at least suggested evidence that an inhibitor has the anti-DMT effect. It is basically an ayahuasca gut,
which would make it worthless to smoke with.
I used to smoke DMT at the height of LSD trips, not because I had any good chemical theory for doing that. It was just these were the tools I had present at hand. I had a very strange experience once. I used to be years and years ago, I was the manager of a rooming house in Berkeley, and on a particular Thanksgiving vacation, everybody cleared out and went home for vacation, and I stayed, and I took a massive hit of LSD, 600 or so gamma, and at the height of the thing, I smoked DMT.
There was a moment there where I really thought I was going to pass out. Ready? Alright, I'd like to introduce you guys to Tariq Hoftai, who is a 12-year-old girl who lives in Coffee Village with her mother, father, 3 sisters, and brother.
Tariq is the oldest child in her family, and because of that, she spends a lot of her time helping out at home. Even though she loves attending school more than anything else, before she can do that, she has to finish her chores, which start the same way every morning, with walking to collect dirty water. I asked Tariq if I could go collect water with her because it's something I have never experienced myself. We talk about it a lot at Charity Water. Women in Ethiopia in particular spend hours every day walking to find and collect water. I know that, but now it's time for me to see what that's like.
Rush hour traffic on the morning commute.
Tariq's family lives on the very top of a hill. And though it only takes about 30 minutes to reach the bottom, when you factor in 90-degree heat and the 7,000-foot elevation, none of it is easy. This trickle of a stream is where 1,825 people come to collect their water. Tariq and I fill our jerry cans with 40 pounds of water and prepare to head back up to her house on the hill.
Show off. A little show off. Told her it wasn't a race. I just can't get. I can't get enough air.
And had a very long trip, but typical, just prolonged for maybe twice ordinary length. But then, as it was into the 6th or 7th minute, this woman who I rented to, who I thought was back in Missouri or something, had chosen that moment to come back. And she was a dancer and a theater major and a very wild character. She came running up the front steps of the house and let herself into the house and came right around to my bedroom and started beating on the door. And, you know, I'm the kind of guy, if I'm 600 miles up a jungle river and I'm smoking a joint and I hear a stick break, I immediately hide the dope. I mean, I'm incredibly paranoid. So being at the height of this DMT flash and having this woman pounding on my door, I had some kind of absolute flush of adrenaline, exactly. And I leapt up off the bed and landed on my feet and opened my eyes. And when I opened my eyes, I realized that the adrenaline, the alarm, and the rapid, sudden movement had like shattered the ordinary modality of the trip, and that I had carried these things into the room with me. And so now I was in my bedroom. It was full of elves. They were ricocheting off the walls, and what I had carried into the room with me was, among other things, this very peculiar piece of alien machinery, which had a kind of faceted surface on the top of it, and it was clicking. It was making this very dry clicking sound and hovering in the air. I had an elf hanging off each arm, and I was sort of spinning around. I had vertigo, I suppose. But this machine that was spinning in the room, every time it would click, a plastic chit, a piece of plastic slightly about this big and vaguely triangular, would be thrown off this machine, and each chit had an alien letter embossed on it.
Wow, look at this. 94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's success. Frankly, I have no idea what the other 6% are thinking. You know, usually when people look up ways to improve culture.
And it was doing this, 20 times a minute or something, and these pieces of plastic were ricocheting across the room, and it was just, I was just in a state of absolute panic and amazement, and went to the door, slid open the door, bellowed something at this woman in an alien language, and then staggered back to the bed and literally covered my eyes and crawled under the bed until my heart stopped beating and everything seemed normal, and then it was over. But it was very weird to have the assumption of, you know, the DMT trip is behind closed eyelids, it's confined in mental space, to have it break into three-dimensional reality like that. Yeah.
So what's the reference for DMT in dream states?
You mean, why do I think it's like dream states?
Well, that at, you know, a certain period, that's the peak amount of DMT in your system.
I think this was a group around a guy named Christian or Christensen who published in the early 70s, who were at the University of Alabama. They did a fair bit of work studying. See, it was originally thought, or not originally, but early on in the psychedelic era, there was this search for the imagined schizogen. They thought that they were going to find a chemical in the blood of schizophrenics which would explain schizophrenic delusion and hallucination, and naturally DMT was focused in on. But this never came to anything. If anything, schizophrenics have a slightly lower level of endogenous DMT. One study showed that. Other studies seem to show that whether you were schizophrenic or not, the amount of DMT in cerebrospinal fluid wasn't referent to your condition. Of course, they mess with schizophrenics because they give them all kinds of drugs to suppress symptoms. Very few psychiatric residents have ever seen an untreated schizophrenic, you know. So it's ambiguous, but I think the search for the schizogen has been pretty much abandoned of late.
What's the difference between orally ingested DMT and smoking? I mean, if you don't get into the zone, where are you?
Well, if you don't take it with an MAO inhibitor, it's just destroyed. And if you do take it with an MAO inhibitor, well, I think that if you have very, very strong ayahuasca and you know what you're looking for, and you work your way through breath control in silent darkness over hours and hours, you can eventually get to a place where you look around and say, you know, by God, it looks like DMT from where I'm sitting. But you really, you have to take really thunderous doses of rich ayahuasca to do that. It can even be done on psilocybin at high doses, although what I've noticed about psilocybin is it's like it gives you the option. There's a certain place on high doses of psilocybin, which I call elf country, but you can pass through elf country and never encounter elves. You have to ask. You have to ask. And, you know, it's absurd, but I always tell the same story. If you say, how do you get the elves? Well, there's a wonderful episode of I Love Lucy where she's talking to Ethel about flying saucers. She says, I talk to the flying saucers all the time. And Ethel says, how do you do it? She says, it's simple. You just say, come in, little green men. Come in, little green men. So on high doses of psilocybin, I get to a place which is elf country, and then I like whistle them up, but they will never come, in my experience, on psilocybin unless you specifically ask, and it's at about the hour and 40-minute mark. And the way they come is they come like a Nepali marching band. It starts out like far away and musical, the tinkling of bells, the sound of yellow brass, and then it gets closer and closer, and as it gets closer, it begins to crowd the visual field, and the acoustical levels go up. Finally, it's all around you. It's the parade, you know, and then it just recedes in the same fashion that it approached. But you have to request and conjure that. I don't think it comes ordinarily without being invoked.
What's the landscape like at that point? I mean, an hour and 40 minutes at a high dose, I think I'm very aware. Is there a certain...
Oh, hey, how's it going? I'm pen and paper guy.
And I'm motion.
Well, I have a system. You see, I put my to-do list... Oh, wait a minute. No, I put my to-do list here.
It'll take a while for us all
Yeah,
to recover.
and meanwhile, I just
But you've
brain
helped
dump
us take
everything
the
into one
first
place
step.
and let the AI tell me when I need to do each task. Well, what about if plans change? For me, I usually just cross it out and, well, then I guess I have to... Well, when my schedule changes, AI automatically...
Well, not exactly landscape. I mean, the way I do psilocybin is I sit in silent darkness with joints rolled in front of me. And I do one at about the hour and 10-minute mark. As soon as I see visual streaming in the darkness, you know, after image colored stuff, then I smoke a bomber. And that usually brings it into full focus. And then I manipulate it and I sing, and I think the singing is nothing more to force oxygen through the system, and then if I get into places I don't like, I just fire up a J and take 1 or 2 hits, and I can get out of most places. Do be aware of falling coconuts, please.
I saw that pledge.
Well, there's definitely a threshold for DMT. I mean, the way I do it with people to try to avoid this problem is do it in a glass pipe, measure. I use 70 milligrams, but I suppose you could back it down to 50 or 60, but measure it, and then when you turn the person on, you say to them, look, the dosing has been done, the measuring has been done. Your job is to get every single molecule of what is in the pipe into your body. Don't leave any, because sometimes you'll give it to people and they're either afraid or they have some other agenda and they try to sip it and slide past you, because there are people, you know, who just want to say they did these things for the social cachet of it and are really appalled when the thing really grabs on. So you say to them,
not a dope smoker, it's pretty hard to get in 70 milligrams of stuff.
it takes 3 to 4 big hits, and also you have to be courageous, because the final hit you take after you feel completely peculiar. And you say, my God, my entire somatic impression is flying to pieces, and you're holding out the butane lighter and saying, you know, don't quit now, go for it. And so it does take... The other thing worth mentioning that we talked about last week as well is this is a human metabolite, a human neurometabolite, and for reasons mysterious indeed, I would say maybe 1 person in 12 seems immune. And this is horrifying to observe, to sit with somebody and have them do, you know, hit 4, hit 5, hit 6, and they're saying, well, it seems there's some kind of thing, it's, gee, I don't know, and you just look at them, and I don't know what that means. It's a little odd. I told the group last week about an experience where, this was years and years ago, I don't do it this way anymore. Now when we do it, we send 1 person at a time, and we sit with them until it's completely over with. We say to them, you know, we'll sit with you. Nobody will say anything. If you start moaning and groaning and thrashing around, the most anybody will do is like put their hand on your wrist or something and say, it's okay. But unless you present a picture of anxiety, nobody will say anything, and you will speak first. And if we have to sit here for half an hour before you feel moved to speak, so be it. But years ago, we used to do it sometimes in groups. And I was in a group of 4 people where we all smoked it, and everybody had their own pipe, and 1 person didn't get off. And in the space, somehow, this person, it's hard to describe exactly, but the overwhelming impression of myself and the other 2 people who got off was, this person has no soul. if you're not, it's like, you know, the idea that we're not all equally endowed with this invisible organ called soul. And these people who can't get off on DMT, and there's no connection. I mean, it's not like that they're not nice people, or that they're chicken shit, or that they're male or young, or but there are just people for whom it doesn't seem to work.
I think 2 numbers. After my question about battle plan first night,
yeah,
you said you should, and typically I don't listen to you should, but your voice is irresistible.
Well, you should resist.
I didn't get, you said you should take, and you mentioned the quantity of mushrooms. What was that quantity?
5 dried grams is where the game begins for a 145-pound person. I mean, obviously, if you weigh 90 pounds, you proportionately adjust that. But I think doing low doses of psilocybin is really a mistake. I think doing low doses of anything is a mistake.
But what's that in fresh mushrooms?
Gary, go on! I got it, Coach! I got it! Getting your greens shouldn't make a mess. Meet Groons, a daily pack of 8 delicious gummies filled with all the essential vitamins, minerals, and superfoods you need to thrive.
But don't I need like over 60 essential nutrients? Vitamin C, D, zinc, copper, oh god, it's so much!
Janet, my little superstar. Groons has all of that. And from whole food ingredients you can actually read, not some crazy chemical compound.
Organic spinach.
I can read it! Heck yeah, you can, buff boy! Bring it in, you two. Groons is packed with the 8 MBCs you need to feel better every day. Whole fruits, whole veggies, vitamins and minerals, herbs, antioxidants, prebiotics, and it's even got your full dose of mood-boosting adaptogens and super mushrooms, which could help with that anxiety I'm picking up, bud. Plus, they're an adorable, snackable, bite-sized treat you can take on the go. They're basically fruit snacks with benefits without them.
50.
Okay. And the ayahuasca or Syrian root.
Jonathan, I think, said 2 grams.
Yeah, we'll talk about that tonight.
Okay. Can you describe the pipe for some of us originally?
The pipe, yes. The pipe, that's a good question. You can do it in a straight pipe, a straight glass pipe which has been blown into a bubble at the end. I hate to say it, but a crack pipe or a hash oil pipe, but far better. The problem there is that DMT, before it vaporizes, it liquefies, and if you're not an experienced user and you're really going for the money, it's possible to pull the hot liquid DMT into your mouth, which is a real come down. So the better thing to do is a pipe which looks like this. Glass, the tube comes out, then put a U in it. And then the glass bulb. You can't pull the hot DMT over the U. The other thing is, when you vaporize the DMT, it gives off a white smoke. So the style is not this, not at all, because the diameter of the pipe is very narrow. What you do is you hold it out, and with a butane lighter, which has a hotter flame and won't smudge the bottom of the glass bulb, so you can still see what's going on, you melt it. And after it has melted, it will begin to vaporize this white smoke. And then you do it like this. As long as white smoke is moving through that tube, you're doing yourself good. Then hold it. And then hold it as long as you can. Then exhale it. Then do the second toke. But it's, you sip it slowly and steadily. Just keep that white smoke moving through. That's the way to do it.
Another smoking technique, you can get a automobile cigarette lighter element and mount it facing upward with a push button. Then you put about an 1/8 teaspoon, stainless steel 1/8 teaspoon, cut off the stem side so you have a little tiny stainless steel bowl. Put that on the element. You may want to raise it up just a little bit, maybe with a piece of wire or something to get the right amount of heat there. That's the vaporizer. Then use a funnel, glass funnel, held over the top.
Well, I really think, though, that, I mean, this is just anecdotal, and maybe other people here have an opinion, but I think it's important to pyrolyze it. That it's very good, once the white smoke is moving through the thing and you've liquefied the dose, to move the butane flame up so that it actually lips inside the bowl. Because I don't know why this is, but the pyrolyzed DMT seems to me to be more effective.
It's harsher.
It's harsher, but it's more bang for the buck.
You might be adding hot air to it to keep it in
That's
vapor
to be careful too. You have to draw a lot of hot air in your lungs.
Yeah, you just want to sip it. It's the diameter of the pipe doesn't allow for the huge gulp as on a hubbly bubbly. You just want to keep that white smoke moving in. Yeah. Yeah, I tell people to exhale. So you're holding the pipe and you say to them as you strike the butane lighter, you say blow out. So they go. Two of those will do it. But you just keep doing it until you fall back, you know. And then I always ask at 30 seconds, do you want another hit? Yeah.
I just wanted to talk about the connection with sound that you were mentioning about the sound and things, and also something that happens to me in reality, for want of a better term. Sometimes when I'm lying quiet at night, I'm on my way into sleep but nowhere near it, and a sharp noise happens in the room. I am instantaneously aware of all the neural pathways everywhere in my body for just a millisecond, and it's an electric jolt. I'm very gentle. But one thing I've noticed with something like cotton wool is if I rub it in between my fingers, it's one of those things that I hate because it makes me shudder.
That squeaky sound.
That squeaky sound, and that has the same effect of that. And I'm just wondering, what is the connection? Is that my endogenous DMT going whoopee?
I don't know what this sound is. It's pretty standard, and this rising tone, this. Why that happens, I don't know. I'm not an acoustical engineer. I suppose there's a name for that phenomenon, that power upward.
It happens with other drugs sometimes.
Hey, want to know how I got this $50,000 check for an accident I was involved in over 5 months ago? Look, if you've been injured in a car accident that wasn't your fault, you have to watch this video. There's a little-known loophole that attorneys and insurance companies don't want you to know about. A loophole that allows you to get the maximum compensation that your accident...
What about ketamine? Isn't there a cricket sound I've read in the background?
I haven't noticed it. Yeah.
I wanted to say real quickly when you said that 1 out of 12 people perhaps don't get out.
I mean, that's just a very rough.
Well, a lot of times when I've smoked it, I haven't gotten up. I find it to be very finicky, actually. I feel like I'm trying to gain entrance into something, and sometimes I fail. So I just like to say that if people...
That's
Open up.
It's the best. What? So. Oh, Jesus.
People are failing, they should keep trying. And a lot of times I smoke it, I don't really measure it out precise, I just keep smoking it, and there's this point where my hand just kind of falls away from my mouth. And I know I've hit it. And sometimes I don't hit it, and I smoke, I don't know how many milligrams, but I would say that if you're just starting out, I would keep trying to smoke it. Don't suspect you don't have a soul right. Yeah. Although perhaps you might not, and perhaps you may never get it, but
I don't know.
It took me a long time to get it, and when I have, it's been rewarding beyond words.
Well, it obviously relates to individual biochemical differences. It's never failed for me.
As for me,
unless there just wasn't enough. But if I start with 70 milligrams, I know that it's going to work. Yeah.
Physiologically, what happens? Does your heart speed up? Does your respiration change? Do you know?
Your heart speeds up a little, but you can't tell whether this is just reasonable terror or it's actually being caused by the DMT, because there are cardioactive tryptamines, cardioregulators. I tend to think that it's simply fear, because it's not dramatic. Your heart races, but once you've convinced yourself that you're going to live through it, it tends to normalize. There is a moment there where you just wonder. It's the, my God, I've done it this time realization, because it just so dramatically transforms your entire perceptual sphere. You know?
And afterwards, how do you feel? Do you feel any physical remains of it?
Well, afterwards, you feel an immense sense of relief that is more than just having come through it. It's almost like a post-coital exhalation. I mean, you just feel great. You're back. You made it. You've still got before you did it.
That client review was brutal.
We're gonna be underwater for weeks.
I'm already so pruny.
This is fixable. Just use Grammarly. We'll crush it.
I'm already crushed. I cannot be crushed any further. Spoke too soon.
The finance team is panicking. If we can't get approval, we can't make our numbers.
Okay, first use Grammarly's AI to sound confident so the team doesn't think you're drowning. Now let's get to that proposal.
Where do we even start? They hated it. I think we broke our CEO's brain.
His phone isn't even plugged in.
Let's start here. Grammarly can look through the proposal to find what's missing.
Wow.
Like in the intro, you need to show the clients what's at stake.
That took me 2 days to write. I had to ignore like 18 pings from Pat just to focus on it.
Well, now it takes 1 click. And look, Grammarly knows the audience is non-technical, so it can take out the jargon.
Cool.
And make the benefits easier to understand.
Wow, I think our clients are gonna love this.
I'm gonna resubmit it. And with Grammarly working across 500,000 apps and websites, we'll never be under...
How some people say they have headaches and this and that, but I haven't experienced that. To me, it seems like you just return to the baseline of consciousness with incredible rapidity. Yeah.
Have you experienced or explored in any way a relationship between what you described as the mushroom entity and these elf-type entities? Have you seen the overlap?
Well, the psilocybin entity is a voice, an informing logos. It's very rarely something I see, where the DMT things are, and it speaks English, you know, and addresses my concerns, or sometimes addresses my concerns. The DMT entities speak in this glossolalia, and seem... The feeling is one of, like, you know, I talked about the circus on one level. Another metaphor to lay over it is I've asked myself, you know, where have I had this feeling before? This peculiar feeling of being with friendly entities but needing to be on my toes. And I had a phase in my life where I used to smuggle hashish out of India. And I used to go to the Crawford Market in Bombay with kilos of gold strapped on my body. And the Crawford Market is just a labyrinth of millions of teeming people. And they would tell me, go to the second crossroad in Duncan's Lane and then dismiss your cab. And I would do that, and then there would be a child there who would take me by the hand and lead me through this labyrinth of streets to this Muslim gangster called the Baby Elephant. This huge guy drenched in perfume with all of his lieutenants around him. And they were always very happy to see me because we were going to do business. They had more hash than they knew what to do with. I had gold, which they wanted. They were very helpful. And yet, you know, this was a criminal enterprise fraught with danger, and I never fully trusted them. And also, we had to smoke enormous amounts of hashish to complete these deals. So you're always trying to get as loaded as you possibly could, but also perfectly aware that at their pleasure they could kill you in a moment, and the consequences would be nil because they had the whole city of Bombay paid off. So it was this ambiguous thing. And the elves and the general mythology of elves is like this. You know, elves respect intelligence. The way they relate to intelligence is they set you riddles. Elves are about language. If you're stupid, they make you sleep for 100 years at the center of their hills and don't let you go back. If you can riddle their riddle and riddle in return, then they think you're a fine fellow and they let you crawl back to the pub or whatever it is. So there is this, the word that I use to describe my feeling about the DMT space is it's zany. It's like a Coyote cartoon or a Marx Brothers film. It's a land of explosions and falling anvils, and yet it's all for fun. But you have the feeling that these guys play so rough that their idea of fun might also include the possibility of handing you 4 sticks of dynamite on a short fuse, just because it would be so amusing to do that. So it's got a funny emotional vibe to it. It's lots of fun, but you really want to be on your toes and try and get as much out of it as you can. One idea that I've played with about what's going on is again, extrapolating from these hashish deals in India, it seemed to me they were like meme traders. Memes, you know, are the smallest units of an idea or an ideology. Well, it's like they're in there and they show you all this stuff. And it's the equivalent of trade goods. You know, beads and baubles to trade with the natives in Newtonian space. And they're saying, wouldn't you like this? Wouldn't you like this? And you're like some poor Amazonian Indian being shown fountain pens that when you turn them upside down, ladies undress and stuff like that. Saying, my Lord, I've never seen anything like that. I must possess it. But what we have that they want, I'm not sure what it is we can offer them. Yeah.
Do you feel like if you were less on your toes than you should be, you would be in any danger? I mean, you also said at one point that you felt tremendous affection from them as well. So presumably they're going to take care of you to some extent, right?
It's almost like the problem of a child playing with a spider or something. They have affection for you.
This is Khalid Naban, a grandfather from Gaza whose love knew no bounds. When he lost his beloved granddaughter Reem in the conflict, his world shattered. Yet, instead of giving in to despair, he turned his grief.
But they don't really understand how you work. They don't really understand your limits, you know. And they might just simply shoot past your limits by accident and leave you a quaking wreck in some asylum for the rest of your life, and they'll feel very badly about it. But, you know, it's just a case of a misstep. No, it's never happened. We've never lost anybody. I have had the experience of turning people on to it and having them, you know, go through the rapid eye movement and all that, and then come down, and you say, what happened? And they say, absolutely nothing happened. And furthermore, I'd rather not have anything to do with you anymore. This is it. I've had it, and thanks, and please don't come around anymore. You can take your elf machines and your drugs and your whole raft and just fade from my life as quickly as possible, and I'd be perfectly happy. Then I accommodate in that case, because I really think that like I've noticed, people who have that experience are people who probably were a bad risk to start with. I get the feeling that if you can't stand it, you can't remember it. It's almost, there is a safety thing there. I've had the experience on psilocybin where you get it going and you've got the dancing mice and the this and that and the other thing, and you say to it, show me what you are for yourself. Show me what you really are. And it's like that enormous organ tone in the Bach B minor mass, you know, and black velvet curtains begin to lift. And after about 45 seconds of this, you say, that's enough of what you are for yourself. Let's return to the dancing mice and the, you know, all that. Because it knows that you cannot stand the complete revelation of its encode, because it is aware that it has to present itself through a series of veils. I have a friend who says of mushrooms, every time I take it, I try to stand more. And it's quite like that. When I try to use my voice, inevitably I speak in glossolalia. I cannot speak English, and I have spontaneous glossolalia. It just comes out of me, and it's very peculiar and alarming sometimes to observers, because they think you've lost it completely. But my hope is that through ayahuasca analogs and the spreading knowledge of these new botanical sources, and by inspiring biochemists, and generally by just getting this out of the closet, that we'll begin to form a consensus. I mean, I've been all over the world, dug into all kinds of strange stuff, and this is the weirdest thing this side of the yawning grave, without contest. And yet it appears perfectly harmless, easily accessed if you know the route, and I just don't see how human civilization can continue to operate in ignorance of these places. It's very peculiar that it is so little discussed and talked about. I would place it, well, I think I said the other night about human sexuality. you can hardly get through adulthood and to the grave without it confronting you in some fashion or another, because we're enzymatically and hormonally wired to have some confrontation with our nature as sexual beings. But this, which is equally profound and in some ways more, well, I don't know, I mean, more dramatic, millions and millions of people have gone to the grave without ever having it enter their mind that such a thing is possible. So it's like a button on the dashboard of your physiology. And I think we should, it's part of the mystery of who we are. It's central to the mystery of cognition, mind, self-identity, sexuality, the whole 9 yards. And yet probably 95% of the human race never encounters it, unless everybody encounters it in the act of dying. But then what does that mean if you can have a deep anticipation of it and live your life in the light of it simply by availing yourself of the chemical means of triggering it? I mean, I think it inclines people toward deep philosophical reflection on the nature of life, time, being, self-identity, language, so forth and so on. It is the one thing that you eventually, around sometime between age 7 and 12, we all become convinced that a certain X factor doesn't exist, that we have to lay it aside with the dreams of childhood, that where we bury the Easter rabbit and Santa Claus, we bury this expectation. Well, then when you smoke DMT, you just say, my God, you know, the world is made of magic. The primary reality is a hidden, magical, unimaginable dimension. So it appears. And yet our entire civilization has been reared in ignorance of this. And we split the atom, sequence DNA, hurl machines outside the solar system, and apparently don't know jack shit about who we are. Bizarre.
When I started working for Buck Mason, they told me, we want to build the perfect t-shirt with the best fabric.
Yeah.
Is there a possibility of, I don't know, inducing a heart attack with the astonishment? I mean, how much does it affect you physically? I mean, you know, people die of heart attacks during earthquakes and stuff. I imagine if this is so astonishing that...
I think that this astonishment thing is potentially dangerous. I mean, I think the people who die of heart attacks during earthquakes are nervous, fearful people. And probably nervous, fearful people are not going to belly up to the bar and smoke 70 milligrams of DMT. But I think it's very, very challenging to your expectations about how reality is put together. It's almost like it's like being in a building somewhere and somebody's talking to you about this marvelous drug, and then there's this little glass pipe and so forth, and then you raise it to your lips, and at that moment a 747 smashes into the apartment building and blows it to smithereens. It's much more like an event than any other kind of trip. There's so little sense of it affecting your body, you know. It's more like you go to a place, a stable, hyperdimensional modality that doesn't seem to be about who you are, your fears, your expectations, but to be its own world. I mean, it raises the question, where are these entities when they're not confronting you in that place? Is it an autonomous world that exists under the aegis of its own physics and its own momentum? Does it spring into existence a millisecond before you arrive on stage? And who knows? Yeah.
When you find yourself in this place, are you cognizant of your physical body? Can you look down and see yourself?
You're cognizant of your physical body. I mean, I keep my eyes closed, but I breathe. I say, you know, I check everything, say, you know, I'm breathing, my pulse is normal, my heart rate is acceptable, I'm apparently alive. But the main thing is these things are just pressing in with their agenda, and they don't give you much space or time to adjust. They just say, you know, you're fine, now look at this, look at this, look at this, do this, watch this, pay attention to this, don't give way to amazement, watch, think, understand, watch, 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 now we're going away, bye-bye, farewell, deja vu. And then there's this telescoping retraction from
I guess Rick Scotsman is studying this in New Mexico, and I heard from somebody here that some of the volunteers were trying to find tolerance to it and taking it every hour, and not...
They're doing IV injection.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not smoke, and it's not...
I tried to persuade him to let people smoke it, but it seemed to me if you're going to... The raison d'etre for that study was this may become a drug of abuse. It may become a street drug. Well, then shouldn't we administer it the way people will administer it in the underground situation? But they're just so keen on this perfect measurement that they get by injection that they stick with that. I don't think that leads you to the place. Exactly.
Well, have you found that you can repeat it if you would want to soon after, or is there a tolerance?
No tolerance. No.
It won't hurt us to have the kind of hard data you can get by injecting it into the bloodstream about the overall pharmacodynamics. So there's one sure thing about that. You know how much you're delivering to the bloodstream, whereas smoking you can only gas, pretty much.
But it seems to me with a gravity bong and a vaporization system, you could probably...
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the button under this video to see if my offer is right for you. We make the process of selling your house easy and simple. No commissions, no fees. We'll buy your house in as-is condition, and you pick the closing date.
There are thousands of states of altered consciousness. These hyperventilation states, nitrous oxide states, states of alcoholic intoxication, states of orgasm, a whole spectrum of anesthetic states, the whole spectrum of states available through tropanes, daturas, and these kinds of things. What interests me is, I mean, I may have to retool my definitions after Salvia divinorum, but what has always worked up until this year was to say what interests me are indole hallucinogens, this very small chemical family which are LSD, psilocybin, DMT, ibogaine, and the beta carbolines. A small chemical family. And we can argue about this. Just recently I saw a wonderful quote. Now, who was it? It was either Goethe or Nietzsche, I can't remember, but the quote was, "Thinking is better than knowing, but seeing is best of all." And I thought that was very good support for my own bias in favor of hallucinations. People say I have a fetish for hallucinations. And in a sense I do, because to me it's the sine qua non of what psychedelic exploration is about. Those of you who are sophisticated in these realms know that, for instance, LSD, what it really does is it makes your mind race. It makes you think thousands and thousands of thoughts. But it takes rather a lot of LSD to push you over into outright, overt visual hallucination. I mean, oh, hi, Paul. I thought it was God. It's just James B. Warner as God. You managed to throw me clear off the trail, dude. Anybody have a clue what I was talking about? Oh, LSD and how it doesn't really cause hallucinations, right. It causes walking wallpaper and stuff like that. But what I'm talking about, and this is worth talking about because it's hard to put this across to people, and a lot of people who think they know what psychedelics are about don't realize what we're striving for here. What we're striving for is overt, highly colored, stable, three-dimensional hallucinations of things previously unimaginable. That's the last clause is the kicker. In other words, not just the garbage of the surrealist imagination, pink elephants, giant bread knives, and the detritus of the 20th century, but things previously unimaginable. Because in confrontation with things previously unimaginable, one cannot help but be propelled to the conclusion that this is not me. How could it be you? It's weirder than anything you could possibly imagine. If that's part of the self, then the self requires a rather more expanded definition. We thought the self meant that which is most familiar and known to me, not the self, that which is utterly unimaginable, completely alien, and potentially utterly terrifying. That doesn't sound like the self. Yeah.
Would you say that the psychedelic realm is like an equivalent to our century as the New World was to the 14th century Europe?
Well, that's a very good way of putting it. Yeah, I mean, literally, we've landed in new territory.
Is that big as the New World was to the Europeans?
It's not only as big, it may be as concrete. In other words, with all this talk about virtual reality, with all this talk about empowering the imagination, with all this talk of wandering off into the simulations of the computer-assisted mind, then we can't really tell, is it going to become where we live? Is it going to become no more intense than great art? Or is it going to spill over and become reality itself? I think this is probably what we're talking about, that what we have discovered here is the source of our own creativity. We've discovered, you know, that in the same way that the primeval ocean is mirrored in our blood, the primeval ocean of creativity pours through the hyperdimensional labyrinth of the human mind. I mean, what is so impressive about these plants is in a burst of an hour's worth of hallucination, you have the impression that you're seeing more art than has been created in the last 30,000 years. You, Joe, anybody, have this stuff flowing through your head at some enormously compressed data rate. And trying to get a grip on this is literally like trying to empty Niagara Falls into a thimble. I mean, you know, you come back and you cannot communicate it, indicate it, do anything about it, and yet you've been to the mountain. Yeah.
How would you get some psilocybin to take and how to do it?
The hammer's gonna fall.
Hi, I'm Dr. Skylar Holcomb, and I'm here with ATL Dental Implants to talk to you today about the differences between snap-on dentures and all-on-X. What are both of these options? Who might be good candidates? And how much do these treatments cost? What is all-on-X? Also referred to as all-on-4 or all-on-6 or full-mouth implants. This refers to the procedure where we replace your existing teeth that are being removed either due to periodontal disease or decay with 4 to 6 implants, and we make custom teeth that are affixed to those implants, that they stay in your mouth. They do not come out. Next, we've got a snap-in denture. Snap-in denture utilizes 2 to 4 implants so that the denture doesn't move around. You get a much higher chewing force than with a natural.
Well, in the case of psilocybin, I think it should just be grown. That if you have a yen for the alchemical calling, this is it. I mean, you can take a $18 100-pound sack of rye and turn it into $25,000 and still have enough psilocybin left over to send you and your entire neighborhood straight over the edge. So, you know, the formula is rye to mold, mold to gold. And cultivating the mushroom will teach you a whole lot of things that you may need when you go voyaging. Punctuality, cleanliness, attention to detail, persistence, calmness of mind, all these very middle-class virtues which it requires from you as cultivator will later serve you very well as navigator. And you have a complete assurance of the purity of your product because you grew it on a human food that you bought down at the organic co-op. And it's alive, and it's active, and you aren't supporting criminal pyramids and criminal activity. You aren't honking up white powders of unknown origin, so forth and so on. This is really the responsible way to do it. You can also go to foreign countries and collect these things in the case of mushrooms, and you can collect them in the United States in some localities. Those of you who are fortunate enough to be Europeans, and for more than one reason, but one is that there are mushrooms from Hamburg to Vienna and from Marseille to Moscow. A lot of them. So, yes. Yeah.
Years ago, when LSD was more in the news, I recall these kinds of observations that when a musician would just be extemporizing, we'll say, during the process, this person would imagine himself never playing as creative, in that sense of, with that degree of creativity as ever before. A recording is made, and when he's not under the influence of LSD, that was so good.
So you're saying it distorts judgment?
The usefulness of those kinds of observations that were made then, that when you're under the influence, it sounds as though you're a creator. But when you're not under the influence and have listened to a recording, it's not so hard, isn't it? That's it.
Right. So you want me to comment on that?
I am death.
Well, first of all, it is true, you know. I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a no-hitter pitched under the influence of LSD. Does anybody know the guy's name? Anyway, it was an epic moment in the history of baseball, and incontrovertibly so. Yeah, well, I agree. Part of life is learning how to tell shit from shinola, stoned or unstoned. And God knows the new age is afloat in some of the most lightly anchored speculations the world has ever known. I think if it does, I have said previously, if it works, use it. I think the contrapositive is if it doesn't work, don't use it. Pot is a good example. Some people are just worthless on it. They're the people who give it a bad reputation because their eyelids hang, their jaw hangs, and they become rather like the furniture. Other people, you know, are able to perform on it. I would like to see psychedelics studied scientifically for their impact on creativity. Give it to people in situations where they don't know what they're being given and how much. Some of you probably know Os Yanniger in Los Angeles, a psychoanalyst with long interest in LSD, and he has a collection of paintings before and after, or rather before and durings on LSD. And some of them are quite striking, the transformation, and some of them are not. It transforms seeing, but you're quite right. Any idea, whether it's born in the height of psychedelic ecstasy or Himalayan meditation or in a crap game in a boat off Jamaica, it has to be measured against all other ideas for its validity. And I think that psychedelics promote connectivity, and that many of the connections promoted are trivial, silly, and irrelevant. But so many connections are promoted that inevitably some are interesting and serviceable. So essentially what we're saying here is that psychedelics are a mutagenic influence on ideology, but then those mutations must submit to the process of natural selection that chooses serviceable mutation from mutation which is simply lethal or irrelevant. Yeah.
Are psychedelics illegal in other countries, Europe, Russia, Asia? And if not, why do you think they haven't been studied?
I saw war. I saw bombing. I saw shooting.
For millions of children, war means displacement, danger, hunger, and fear. Your donation can help families affected by war with food, essentials.
Fuck yes.
Doesn't make any sense.
Heading there.
Put him up.
Well, there, it's a complicated question.
I must heal. What's a tick got to be said?
Have to keep going.
Got to press on.
What's a tick got to be said?
Right, Karlak. It's go time. Aye, aye.
Victory awaits.
This is making my head hurt. This is making my head hurt. What's a tick got to be said?
Very well.
Over there.
Doesn't make any sense.
What?
Doesn't make any sense.
This'll help.
Fury. I am death.
This is making my head hurt. That's a long word. This is making my head hurt. This is making my head hurt.
Talk to me. Have to keep going.
Let's cook with fire, baby. Got it.
This is making my head hurt. What's a tick got to be sad about? Doesn't make any sense.
Better not be cursed. On my way. Anything of use?
Not enough time wasted. Battle awaits.
Excellent. What's your tit got to be sad about?
Time to strike. Taking position. My faith will protect me. On I go.
Ready for another round? Close ranks.
Another fight. Let's go. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
I will ascend. Taking position.
soldier.
There is something called the International Convention on Narcotics, which you don't get to join the UN unless you sign this thing. And it basically commits you to a program of drug oppression fairly similar to what we have in this country. In Europe recently there has been some lightening up on research and also public use and attitudes. Europeans just don't seem to be quite as hysterical and constipated about this as Americans. But these psychedelics, it's very interesting. I mean, look at what's going on. In the American drug laws, we have this category called Schedule 1. Now, the definition of Schedule 1 is no medical use whatsoever, high degree of addiction potential. Cocaine is not Schedule 1 because cocaine has use in certain eye and throat operations. And so the stricture no medical use whatsoever doesn't apply to cocaine. What you get in Schedule 1 is heroin and, astonishingly, cannabis. My God, the most harmless and maligned of all human intoxicants ever encountered. It's there. And then the psychedelics, which as international drug industries amount to nothing. I mean, the psilocybin industry is not creating gangster warlords anywhere on the planet as far as I know. And neither is the DMT industry, and neither is the ibogaine trade, and neither is the peyote trade, so forth and so on. Yet these substances are furiously stigmatized. Well, it's because they cast into doubt the very most fundamental assumptions of the society. What these things are, ultimately, is deconditioning agents. They cause you to question the premises you were told never to question. And so it doesn't, and democracies, totalitarian states, socialist states, fascist states, they can all agree on one thing. Their citizens shouldn't question first premises. The word of the party or the founding fathers or the maximum leader or whoever's running the show is not to be challenged. And psychedelics erode faith in social mythology. And therefore, they are very, very controversial and difficult for a society to handle. And I don't know if they can ever be made legal. Only a truly confident and healthy society can legalize psychedelics. And I don't have to tell you that American society at the end of the 20th century hardly fits the description competent, confident, and sure of itself. So no, these things are absolute taboos. You know, our sexual taboos we have more or less overcome, or at least there's a lot of yak about how we've overcome it. But this is definitely over the edge in this society. Yeah.
Yes, what might be expected, if any, interaction between the new psychopharmacological drugs, especially the antidepressants and other drugs?
Oh, this is a fascinating question.
Psilocybin or LSD, and also how similar are people's experiences to the extent that they can be verbalized, you know, afterwards.
Janet, when's the last time you had a vegetable?
Tuesday month.
Damn it, Janet! Meet Groons, a daily pack of 8 delicious gummies filled with all the essential vitamins, minerals, and superfoods you need to thrive.
But don't I need like over 60 essential nutrients?
And is ecstasy one of these drugs?
Ecstasy is MDMA. It's sort of on the edge of the category. It's what some people call an empathogen, meaning that it causes people to have empathy. It isn't a spectacular hallucinogen. As to your question about how similar are people's experiences, well, because this is not being done in a scientific manner, but rather by a persecuted underclass, there's a lot of variables. If people would eat the same things and take the same doses in the same circumstances, their experiences would be rather more similar. But people take these things under all kinds of circumstances. People take all kinds of other drugs, antidepressants, alcohol, vitamins, this, that, and the other. Their system is loaded. People come from various backgrounds. You know, one person's parents are Irish immigrants, somebody else's parents are Swiss diplomats. You have all this to work with, but out of all that comes the conclusion, I think, that yes, people are talking about generally the same thing. It's almost like the situation when the New World began to be explored. For the first 100 years, all you had was the notebooks of explorers. And you couldn't tell whether Explorer A was talking about the same river system as Explorer something else until you put all these accounts together. The question about the antidepressants is an interesting one because it leads in several different directions. Since World War II, there's been this belief in corporate pharmacology that you could basically medicate unhappiness with drugs. And a series of all kinds of, many drugs have been produced to do this, ranging from Miltown through Halcium, Valium, so forth and so on. All these drugs have produced various addictive syndromes and have toxic side effects. This new family of antidepressants, Prozac and its relatives, are interesting for a number of reasons. First of all, they are pointed toward the serotonergic system, the same system that all these psychedelics act upon. For example, the way psilocybin works is that it competes with serotonin for what is called the bond site or the receptor site. And psilocybin has a greater affinity for the bond site in the human synapse than human serotonin does. It's almost as though you picture these psilocybin molecules elbowing the little serotonin molecules out of the way and taking their place at the head of the line. And then the higher cortical readout of this is what we call the psilocybin trip. Well, now, what is Prozac doing? Something different but related.
Let's have a look.
Normally, when the nerve fires, serotonin floods the synaptic cleft, the little interstices between the two nerve endings, or where one complexes to the next. Serotonin normally floods that junction when the nerve fires, and then a few milliseconds later, it's reuptaken, is the technical term, or uptaken again. If you take Prozac, the reuptake of the serotonin is blocked, and what you get is a synaptic cleft juicy with serotonin. It isn't pulled back for the next firing. And this has an extraordinary impact on human mood, attitude, approach to life, so forth and so on. And I think it means we have probably crossed some kind of frontier into the realm of designer states of consciousness that are going to be very challenging to straight people, and even somewhat challenging to people like myself who are enthusiasts for plants and kick-ass, roll out the barrel kind of experiences, because Prozac isn't that. It's very subtle, freakishly subtle. I mean, and yet incredibly powerful in what it does. And, you know, it spawns the debate, is it good to be in designer states of consciousness all the time? But it only spawns this debate among the naive, because through propaganda and cultural programming and so forth, the real self, whatever it is buried so deep under so many levels of social programming that tossing in a few milligrams of Prozac, for crying out loud, isn't going to make any difference. This is scary to some people because they believe that there is something intrinsically good about suffering. And I think, you know, I think we should all wonder. What I find fascinating about Prozac is that it doesn't do all these good things for you forever. It slowly becomes more like being Prozac. It slowly becomes true that it is more like being on Prozac if you're off it than you're on it. And that's very interesting, you know? A drug that is self-canceling, you know? A drug that leads to the conclusion, I don't want to take this. We haven't seen that before either, yeah.
Wow, look at this. 94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's success. Frankly, I have no idea what the other 6% are thinking. You know, usually when people look up ways to improve culture, they look for best practices. And best practices are good, but they're even better when you put them with best principles. Since Bamboo HR was founded, we've looked for principles we believe will make our people, and in turn, our culture, better. And we found company culture formulas that work. And we've crammed it all into the definitive guide to culture. For a free copy, click the link and go download it now. You won't regret it. Don't like the price? Well, you can also pay with 3 easy installments of free. Go ahead, go check it out. Or stick around while I read silently about picking the right perks and monitoring culture metrics. Nope, it's not working. Can't read while you're watching me, so just go check it out. It's easy, free. Yeah.
Hey, want to know how I got this $50,000 check for an accident I was involved in over 5 months ago? Look, if you've been injured in a car accident that wasn't your fault, you have to watch this video. There's a little known loophole that attorneys and insurance companies don't want you to know about. A loophole that allows you to get the maximum compensation that your accident actually deserves, without settling for less, jumping through hoops, or contacting firm after firm that really don't care pleading your case. It only took me 30 seconds to go through. Now I'm getting $50,000 for my accident, the same one they offer me $5,000 for. And if you give me 1 minute, I'll show you the exact site that I used and how easy it is so you can do the same. I'm about to show you how I got this $50,000 check that I'm about to deposit into my bank account for an accident I was involved in just 5 months ago. The same accident that the insurance company offered me $5,000 for. And how I did it without settling for less, jumping through hoops, or contacting firm after firm pleading my case. And I'm gonna show you in real time how you can do it too, in 30 seconds or less. Ready? Okay, so there's this app called the Case Connect Compensation Calculator. It's a little known tool that's apparently 100% free. It's pretty crazy. It lets you know if your case qualifies for a big check and what that check can look like. Here, let me show you the site. All I did was come to this page.
The dopamine, like the Wellbutrin and the tests that were done with, the L-dopa, it seems to trail off after a certain amount of time and self-defeating.
Yeah, which is very interesting. A drug with a half-life, you could almost say, that eventually becomes utterly uninteresting, even to the most devoted fan. But, you know, drugs are here to stay. Pharmacology is here to stay for as long as we are. And educating ourselves about these things, they are like clothing. I mean, we clothe the body. That practice began millions, or, you know, a long time ago, and there were probably traditionalists who said that it wasn't natural and hid the true self, which it did, but that didn't halt the Yves Saint Laurents of 60,000 years ago from rolling forward. And similarly, now we clothe the mind.
I have a question about, this is what I've heard. Basically, a good example that was given to me about when tripping is that this is sort of like your brain, and it comes out like this to, this is just an example, it's not quite literal. And normally when the trip is over, your brain goes back this way or this way. But now, there's some people whose brains can't fit back in, and they just end up tripping for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, well, it's the holy grail of some of us, the great fear of others. Excessive use. You mean who among us are the squirrels?
Yeah, that's another thing I think that should be kept in mind if that's true.
No, it is true. It should be talked about. This is the question, what about the well-known phenomenon of the psychedelic casualty? You know, the poor wretch shivering in the doorway with an incomprehensible sign and a kitty on a piece of rope who wants your attention. You know, what about that? Well, in my experience, this is usually a case of multiple drug abuse. I don't understand people. I mean, I guess nothing can be assumed. Everything should be said. The way you don't do this is to become a drug, an indiscriminate substance user. Like some people write articles about how, well, what we need is a new drug, and here's what it should do. And other people synergize things. People just go on benders, you know. They say, well, we did a little ketamine, and then somebody brought out the DMT, and we chased it with ether, and you say, you know, and then you say, how was it? They say, far out. Well, good Lord, of course. What you're trying to do here, if you're conscientious and you want to survive to tell your grandchildren how great it was, what you want to do is develop a relationship to substances that are feeding back positively into your growth process, and then push them to the limits. You know, we don't need more drugs, more kinds of drugs. There's nowhere we want to go that we can't get on what is available. And so what it's a matter of is learning to navigate and manipulate certain substances. And this is how shamans do it. Shamans tend to concentrate on one substance or another. Of course, usually these are not highly mobile cultures, so maybe there only is one or two options in the local area. But you want to try and find, in the Castaneda phrase, your ally, a plant that you can work with. For instance, there are all kinds of, as I said earlier, bizarre states of mind accessible through plants. For example, the whole Datura family. Systems of magic are based on this. Shamanic systems are based on it. And people in contemporary society intoxicate themselves on these things. But you don't hear me talk about it much, simply because for me it seems dangerous, out of control, threatening, dark, not useful. not useful. And then, you know, LSD, that's a slightly different thing. You don't hear me talking about the white light or dissolving into unitary states of higher consciousness with Sanskrit names, because that doesn't interest me either. What I'm interested in is this teeming dimension of hallucinogenic hypnagogia that is just one quantum tunnel away in the visual cortex. And I see that it's not God, that it doesn't have the unitary,
still on my feet,
hierophanous qualities of God. I don't know what it is. I mean, you know, what if Columbus had expected God when he got to Cuba, and not finding him had said, well, then piss on this, we're going back to Spain. You know, you don't get what you want, you get what is waiting for you at the end of the trail. And I go as an ingenue, as an explorer, as someone who, I say to it every time, show me, teach me, show more. And it's never what you expect it to be. That's the great thing about it. It is not predictable. I don't think it gives aid and comfort to Hindu metaphysics or Tarahumara mythology or any of the rest of this. I mean, it doesn't dump on these things, but it introduces you to something larger still, bigger yet. It was the novelist John Crowley who observed the further in you go, the bigger it gets. And this is certainly true. It's a paradox, but most truths are.
Look, you're not actually going to get anything done by watching another YouTube video. In fact, you're literally only procrastinating more. What you need is something I like to call a GYST week. That stands for Get Your Shit Together Week. Because, let's face it, you need to. Alright, so what does it actually look like to dedicate an entire week to just tackling everything that we've procrastinated in one fell swoop? It means finances, folding laundry, calling your mom back, personal projects, you name it. Life would be so much easier if we could just get everything done and out of the way for good. Does all that sound overwhelming? It's because it probably is.
I read a reference to some compounds called JB compounds, JB and the numbers. I haven't been able to find much information on them. What was described was very visual. Do you know anything about JB?
I can't speak to this with certainty, but that's a lab number designation that doesn't refer to structure. Was it in Hoffer and Osmond's hallucinogens?
No, it was actually on a tape of Ram Dass describing something he took at Millbrook.
Right, JB 130, this kind of thing. These were experimental drugs coming out of the government, and the people getting them had no idea what they were. It is now probably in the literature what they were. They were probably STP relatives of this kind of thing. There are a lot of hallucinogenic compounds on the shelf that no human being has ever tried, but that theories, physical theories, steric theories of hallucinogenesis suggest these compounds are probably highly active. It's quite a thing to take a hallucinogen no human being has ever taken. I mean, you talk about... There was a question over here? Yes.
When you're ready to shift subject, would you care to comment on current events, politics, economics, how what's happening currently fits in or doesn't fit in with your fundamental millenarian theories and so forth?
Well, we'll get into a bit of this evening, because we'll look at the time wave and talk about historical compression and that kind of thing. If you're a rationalist and a reductionist and an existentialist, then I think the present situation must be pretty hair-raising, because it looks like we're just going to sail off into complete
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Scarcity, fascism, regimentation, and then finally extinction. It seems very hard to see how we could pull out of the power dive that Western civilization has become. I am none of those things, rationalist, reductionist, so forth and so on. I believe that there is a director to the show, and that we are moving toward a revelation of some sort, and that these religions that anticipate a revelation are in fact correct. They just got 99% of the details bollocksed up. I mean, it's not going to support their weird notion of a laundry list of moral do's and don'ts and a God on a hunt for vengeance. That's not what it's about. But I do think history is ending. Linear time is ending. And that information, which used this monkey as a vehicle, as a stepping stone to some higher order of being, that the information and the monkey are on the brink of recognizing each other and possibly parting company. In terms of day-to-day stuff like Bosnia and Sarajevo and all that, what McLuhan said would happen is happening. He said the consequences of electronic civilization would be fragmentation. The nation state is a fiction in the light of the electronic understanding, and so it's dissolving away. I mean, nations are now exist and function at the pleasure of disembodied entities called corporations, for whom capital, not land, is the reality. And these corporations are like cults. And if you want to get in one, and then it will take care of you to the grave, and your children and your children's children.
Should mind my step.
The collapse of Marxism revealed, I think, that the struggle between Marxism and capitalism was in fact a diversion, and that the real ideological struggle that will decide whether the earth lives or dies is not a struggle between Marxism and capitalism, but a struggle between capitalism and conservationism, or ecological consciousness, or values that do not place the values of the market in the first position. It's a matter of some frustration to me that feminists, psychedelicists, conservationists
one day I'll catch a break.
Do not make common cause, because all of these positions are responses to the same misapplied official culture. And so I'm hoping that psychedelics can maybe be a bridge, because psychedelics promotes awareness of the planetary agenda, which correctly understood is a feminist agenda. And, we can talk, recently these things have been drifting in this direction. We can talk about things we could do that would change the world. Mostly what we should do are acts of not doing. We should not consume. We should not hate. We should not kill. We should not watch. Watching is a very sadomasochistic and perverse thing. Whether you're watching TV or whether you're watching your government struggle in quicksand and do nothing about it. Watching is a sick activity. In terms of what we need to do, we need to find strategies for increasing the feminine expression of the race, and we need to limit population growth. If we don't limit population growth, all do-gooder liberal schemes for making things less horrifying are doomed, because all social gains are simply gobbled up in an ever-expanding population. And yet, there has not yet begun to be a mature debate about this in the body politic. I believe that every woman should have only one child, and that women in the high-tech industrial democracies are particularly under the
Foul stench of slaughter
moral
turns suddenly sweet through the rat's nose. Blood smell, life smell, not like the great.
I'll give it a shot. On my way. Best be on my way. And away I go.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Ready for some good news? Halfling essence. There we go.
Mata ótimo no meio.
It's been a long day. I need to rest soon. Waiting with bated breath. Don't waste a step. Need to find a way forward. Out of sight, out of mind.
Swift and lethal. On the move.
अभी सब्जी डाली तो है अभी सब्जी डाली नहीं
On the move. You bow or you break.
Can't even catch my breath. Can't slow down.
उनका लेने तो पानी पानी हम पानी देते बेटे
I'm heating up.
गरम पानी की बोतल मिल गई थी क्या
I know what to do. Won't last much longer like this.
Time to push my luck again. All right. That should work.
Gods, it's hot in here. In position.
There's a parasite in that corpse, brimming with potent magic.
Should mind my step.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood. Oh, action, not reaction. Worth examining. Objective noted.
I've got a long road ahead. Something good here, I hope. If not over, then through. No one back home will ever believe this.
Infernal metal. That's what my engine's made of. Hang on to that.
I have something to ask.
Praise his ever-bleeding axe.
You know McGlubbiet.
Trying to interrupt my prayers? Scared of a real god? You're as goonless as the rest of them. Oh, 'cause I'm loyal to McGlubbiet. 'Cause I ain't having my head turned by some upstart god. Could tell you were bollocks to your absolute. You think this is funny?
Stay vigilant. There are traps here.
Look, thanks for breaking me out. Gonna find me a new trap.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Don't be shy. Soldier, I need your help.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Let's march. Let's go.
Another step forward.
Got to keep fighting. Got to move.
This is gonna feel good. covered.
I am fury. I am death. On the move.
Time to press ahead. What's inside? I need a quick word.
A longing for small spaces. Stone walls. There is a light here. In the tight space beneath the...
सुबह ले लेना मैं नीचे में गिलास ऊपर पानी पिला
Let's see what this does. Wonder what's past this.
Yes, my desire. Closer, my sweet. I will wrap you and bind you and bite you and eat you. Delicious? I do not know. The crew.
Wish I had a bag of holding. What's hiding here?
You are safe.
I will ascend. Taking position. Got to move.
Find a route.
These boots have seen everything.
I will ascend. Make way. On I go. I smell blood. Jimmy on the go. Swift and lethal. On the move. This is my happy place. Incoming.
Anything of use? first to put my hands on everything. Seems like a good moment to talk.
Mother gone. Hungry. New home? Maybe.
He runs away. Only to...
I hope it can follow my scent to camp. More for me.
A long way to go still.
Is that blood? No, never mind. How much further can I go? That's curious. No traps, please. That will fit in my pack. Seems simple enough.
Moving.
What path lies before me?
on the move.
No surrender.
What now?
Victory awaits. Make way.
Tactical.
Let's have a look. What path lies before me?
justification to do this because children born in the high-tech industrial democracies use between 800 and 1,000 times more resources than children born in the third world. So if we limit population in the first world, it will have a much more rapid and visible impact on environmental destruction and resource depletion than if we preach it in the first world. The political dialogue has matured to the point now where we understand that the feminine has been suppressed, that it needs to be brought into balance with the masculine, but we haven't yet understood, we have tended to demonize masculinity. And so social programs for dealing with this problem have tended to stress feminizing men. This is a stupid idea. Men can't be feminized, obviously. What we need to do is have fewer of them around. I think that the 50-50 sexual ratio is an artifact of dominator culture that is a way of forcing monogamous pair bonding, and that the true natural ratio between the sexes is probably more like 70 to 30 women to men. And that if we had a situation where through taxes, insurance, and this sort of thing, we encouraged women to have only one child, and then we further encouraged women that these children be 70% female, within 40 years, the Earth's population would be cut in half, and there would be 35% more females in the population. We would begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. We would begin to see things pull back into balance. And don't misunderstand me, it's not that there is anything wrong with masculinity. It's that we have the capacity for expressing masculine social values and feminine social values. And the long march through history put a great premium on being able to bash out your neighbor's brains and take and hold territory. That was all very fine. It doesn't apply in the 20th century. We now need feminizing of our social values, and rather than turn men into some kind of distorted image of women, let's honor men and simply have more women in the social matrix for as long as it takes, a few hundred years. It's our population and our society. We can dial these ratios up and down through insurance policy and tax policy and so forth and so on. Very simple. Of course, I'm not really keen for all of this because I think the Earth is going to disappear into the unspeakable in about 18 years. But I don't think that idea is permission for not thinking about these things. I think we should act as though we are responsible. And then as conditions change and new data arrives, we can fine-tune our response. But you never hear this kind of discussion. I mean, the most radical lesbian feminist yak I've never heard anybody suggest that we limit the number of men in the population. And yet, obviously, that would do it quite nicely without a lot of breast beating and raving and ranting about the matter.
So why use Grammarly over chatGPT? Well, Grammarly offers expert writing suggestions versus something generic that everyone gets while you type in real time. No need to copy paste. You can use it across 100,000 apps and websites. It's not just a spelling or grammar checker.
Horrified silence. Yes.
You mentioned, I believe it's in the Archaic Revival, you discuss the concept that I find very interesting, which is that the mushrooms might actually be a possibility. There might be an alien intelligence that is here to work symbiotically with the human mind and to bring us to where we are now, theoretically. Or maybe perhaps not where we are now, but where we should have been by now.
Well, I'm a very sort of plodding and rational thinker. And that stage of my thinking, the mushroom as extraterrestrial, and I don't deny it to this day, but it had to do with dealing in a rational way with the question, who's talking? Who is talking? Because I don't know if I've mentioned this specifically, but when you take mushrooms, one of the unique thing about psilocybin is that it speaks. It not only shows you hallucinations as other compounds do, but it speaks in English to you, addressing your concerns. And this is very well attested to, well known. It's part of the literature. Well, and this is really what drew me into this, because in the 60s, I was like every college kid into LSD and so forth. But I had this friend who kept saying, you know, it talks to you. And I just thought, you know, this was the ravings of a diseased intellect. I could not conceive of what that statement meant. It talks to you. The plant talks to you. Well, then when I finally got to mushrooms, I discovered that it's so. And it contravenes the lines of your room late at night on an empty stomach. You've just eaten a plate of champignon, and now you're having a dialogue with a disincarnate entity that claims perfect knowledge of the last 100 million years of galactic history and wants to chat about it with you. Well, so here are the possibilities. It's either an entity in another dimension, which notice that that's a black box explanation. We don't know what another dimension is, but another dimension. Or it's yourself, or it's an extraterrestrial. And then there is some other possibilities, like it might be human beings in the future or something like that. Well, then let's look at the most obvious explanation that the rationalist will lunge for. It's yourself. It has to be yourself. Well, then, I mentioned this earlier, then how come you can't recognize it? If it's yourself, how come it seems to be the weirdest thing you've ever encountered or imagined? That somewhat twists the definition of the self. And so then I began thinking, well, extraterrestrial. Let's try to fairly assess this without prejudging it. Let's look at the mushroom. Let's look at fungi generally. What are they? They're what are called primary decomposers. That means that mushrooms are the only form of life that lives only on dead matter. The dietary habits of mushrooms make the dietary habits of the Dalai Lama look like an orgy of slaughter, because the mushroom eats only dead matter. It is a karmaless diet. If you were a Buddha designing yourself for life in this universe, you would become a fungus. No blame. No blame. Next thing, the mushroom reproduces in two ways: vegetatively, which is of no interest here particularly, and through a kind of sexual reproduction that involves the production of spores. Well, a spore, if you analyze it, is a biological unit perfectly designed to survive the most extreme physical conditions in the universe, the cold of deep space, high vacuum. A single Stropharia cubensis mushroom in the sporulation phase is shedding about 3 million spores a minute. It can do this for 3 weeks. One mushroom. This gives you a notion of how many of these spores there are. And the outer surface of spores is the most electron-dense organic material known in nature. It's as electron-dense as a metal. And what this means is that as these spores percolate through the atmosphere, they can get charges of static electricity on their surface that make them repellent electrically repellent to incoming radiation and particles. In other words, they can almost form a force field around themselves. So what we have here is a very non-invasive life form with a reproductive strategy that allows it to cross space, with DNA such that when it's unfolded inside a mammalian nervous system, the thing can communicate. So what it looked like to me was it looked like a piece of sophisticated engineering. It's not an organism quite as much as it's a machine. It's a nanotechnological machine that is self-replicating, that drifts for eons.
Teach one, we reach on Maryland and Cincinnati to the far east side, and we just begun to spread the gospel. Substantial pace rock, hip hop apostles. Far from preaching with this art you call rapping, taking y'all back when before this all happened. Frontin' hardcore when you barely soft porn, never penetrating the end to get your heart warm. Rock on at the ridiculous pace, disrespect hip hop, and I'll spit in your face. These kids are a waste of oxygen. It's madness, get in your case and all your shit like bag checks. Got my eye on ya, like insanity. Y'all see the packaging, and I can't stand rap.